Hello, good morning, guys. Hey. All right. So that's the goal for today. Um, let's see. Yeah, that looks good. Well, the goal for today is to get this started. I figured out I can waste a day basically trying this in Jai and seeing how hard it is. And then after that day, I'm gonna decide whether I continue down that route or switch to the disgusting alternative. So this embarrassing piece of text is what our invoices look right now in in Fabman. And this is just HTML. Like, of course, you can. I used to have a print button. Oh yeah, here. And it just renders that with the print style sheet, and then you can, like, if you're in a decent browser, you can just save this as a PDF. Many people are not, so they just have this crap and can print it, or they need a PDF printer on Windows or whatever. Oh, see, even this can be done nowadays. Whatever. Sucks. Looks awful. There's no proper, like, if the table wraps, it depends on your browser whether you get the heading again and all that nonsense. And you can't send these invoices as PDFs to your customers. We can't send them as PDFs to our customers because we're using Fabman's invoicing to invoice our customers with very minor, like, tweaking. And this has been an issue for a long time. There are some customers where they're just, what do you call it? I'm blanking on the word. Their invoicing department basically says, oh no, we need a PDF. We can't use anything else in a PDF, and they can't convert an HTML page to a PDF themselves. So every month they write us, and one of us just goes in here, says, print this invoice in our internal management account, says, save as PDF, attaches it to an email, just hassle. And if we have to do this, some of our customers are going to have to do this as well. That's number one. Number two is right now you can create invoices for all charges and create like hundreds or thousands of invoices with a click, but you can't send them to your customers. Like, they can see it in their member portal, but there is no way to tell them, hey, you got a new invoice, and by the way, here's the invoice. We could do that with a link to the member portal or something, but that's actually, we could ship this separately. We could ship a, hey, there's a new invoice, and just link to the invoice in the member portal, assuming that those members have access to the member portal. Otherwise, you can't access that invoice, can you? So a second route, so we wanted to do PDF invoices just as a precursor to being able to automatically send them to your customers as PDF. Right now, any customer could see their invoices in the member portal, assuming that you give your customers access to the member portal. You invite them, they create an account, blah, blah, blah. If you don't use the member portal, your customers can't see the invoices. Not great. So instead of going the PDF route, we could, of course, just create public links for every invoice. I don't think we have that right now. And just add the send email about new invoices feature, and that just sends an email with a link that links to the invoice in the web browser, and then you can look there and save it as a PDF or whatever. But then again, that's going to create pressure to have the option to download as PDF, because not everyone's tech savvy enough to convert a web page to a PDF. Well, those are the guys who print invoices probably anyways. So they would print the web page. That would be fine, because then it looks like this. It looks like you printed an invoice. So that's fine. So we wouldn't necessarily need to do the PDF invoices to have the send invoices to customers feature. So that's good. You always want to have like split your things into you're gonna have the ability to split the task into independent things that you can ship independently. So we could send customers the invoice. We could ship that independently of PDF invoices. That's nice to realize. We still want to have the ability to create PDF invoices, just so that we don't have to do this for our customers, for like 2 or 3 customers. It's not that many, but it's 2 or 3 customers every month we have to do the steps. Of course, you can do the steps quite a while before it makes sense to automate this and like spend weeks implementing a PDF library, blah, blah. So I wanna try to create the PDF tables in Jai. So basically we want to create something that looks better than this, but this is like the baseline. That's what we have right now. If we can replace this as a PDF, that's already end of stream. That would be nice. There's more to it. Like you can have, let's do that. If we go to our account, we can now have a logo. Let's take the Happy Lab logo. That's our lab. So if I do this and then let's just take this one, create an invoice for his. Yeah, so this is like large table because we haven't created invoices in this demo account for a while. Why does it not show? Oh, I smell a bug. We have the logo. It should be shown at the top of invoices we create. I don't see this here. Ah, see, that was a bug. We should fix this immediately. Okay, we're gonna skip from our main task and fix this bug because this bug is in production. I hate production bugs. So if you haven't had a logo for your space, and you upload the logo and go to billing and create an invoice, you don't see that logo in the preview right away because this page still has, I guess, a stale copy of your account, which it shouldn't have. We're going to dive into that. So that's what we're going to fix right away before we do the other stuff. But so you can have a logo here. You could have some additional text, and you could even we could attach a second logo here, and you'll see this down here. Okay. So if I create this invoice now, we'll have the logo at the top. You will have some additional text with the logo, with an extra image at the bottom. You can have this here. So this comes from this rich text editor, where you could also have a logo. Let's pick this one because it's extra annoying. And now if I create another invoice, we'll have this here. Let's take this one. So that's what an invoice could look like, basically. That's our capabilities. You have lots of text in a table with a footer, with a table footer, and then you have an invoice footer, potentially 2 invoice footers, because this is the additional invoice footer that you made on the invoice, but you can also, in your space, change the footer, if I remember correctly. Maybe not, but I think you can. Invoice header, invoice footer, yes. So that's the capabilities we need in the PDF. So we could just, if you're a modern full stack developer, trademark, you would just take this HTML and put it into a headless browser on your server side to turn it into PDF. That's the 2-hour feature implementation. you could do, right? You just render this, like as we do in the client, you just render this HTML and then use a headless browser to turn that into a PDF. We could do that. I hate deploying browsers. Like the idea of having to add a headless browser to our server deployment, it rubs me the wrong way. So plus it would be slow. Like if we create thousands of invoices, which we have to do for some customers, I don't want to do this, the like spin up a headless browser, render this. I don't want to do this 1,000 times on our service. We could do this. It's just resources we waste. Like no one has a problem with this nowadays. Rubs me the wrong way. I'd rather have, like we have, so all of this, like this front end is JavaScript, obviously. The whole back end is JavaScript for historic reasons, as many of you know. I'm trying to move away from JavaScript for obvious reasons. So I'm trying to move more of our services to Jai. This would be a nice place, like, to move another service to Jai. So creating the PDF invoices, it's a new service. It's relatively detached from everything else. Like you have to get the invoice data from the database. You have to do authentication, of course. But apart from that, it's relatively detached from the main application. You have to send these invoices. Like if you want to send them via email, we might need to have a way to get the PDFs into an email, but we might even be able to do that in the new service. Anyways, so I might want to take this opportunity to move the service to Jai. We have no capability to do any PDF stuff in Jai right now. Nothing. I don't know if someone from the community has written a Jai PDF library. I doubt it. Good morning. Hey guys. You're going to get the info from the PDF via OCR. What do you mean, Shootums? Which information is, who is going to get which information from which PDF via OCR? Try that again. Hi, Nefonso. Hi, Waschbenzin. So if you want to do this in Jai, we have the capability to have a REST endpoint in Jai. We've written that for the calendar feature. So we have the basic scaffolding. So this could be the next step. This could be, we do our regular authentication in Jai. We don't do that right now. That would mean porting that would suck a bit, honestly, because it would mean porting our cookie authentication scheme from JavaScript to Jai. And that would suck because we use a crypto library that's written in JavaScript that's not available anywhere else. So if you want to decode our cookies somewhere else, we have to port Iron. I think it's Iron. Is it not Iron? Maybe it's not Hoppy. It is. Where do I get here? So we would have to, this is what we use to encrypt our cookies, like basically the session token in our cookies. It's a great module. It's a JavaScript only module. So we would have to take this one. I don't think it's big. It's lots of code. I'd be surprised. No, it's like 300 lines. So, and it probably just uses the crypto module. Problem is we don't have the functionality of the crypto module. This is the Node.js module in Jai. So we'd have to access this somehow in Jai, all the features. Oh, well, you see, it's using a bunch of modules that we probably have to port partially. We have to get access to these algorithms, etc. It's not super hard. It's just work and well. So we would have to do this to move the invoice service to Jai. And the second step is we would have to be able to generate PDFs from the base data. This has two challenges. Number one is table layout. Like this text can be wrapping. The table can wrap. Oh, see, in this browser, it's fine. You get the header. When the table wraps, you get the header again, which is what we would expect. And it doesn't repeat the invoice header, which we might want to do. So you might have to do something like define an initial header and then a table header for subsequent pages, etc. So we have none of that capability in Jai. So that's something we'd need to do. And so basically, page layout library for PDF plus a table layout library for PDF, probably in the same library. That's something we'd need to write. And the second part, which is gonna be annoying, not super hard, but probably annoying to get right, is we have these rich text editors in here. Okay, this is Trix. It's a project that was spawned off Basecamp, 37 Signals. It's a great editor. It's a good editor. The output of this is HTML. So whatever you put in your invoice header and invoice footer and in this additional invoice text when you create an invoice, that's HTML, including, like, as you see, embedded images. Well, the images are not embedded. The images are blobs that are stored in the API, but you have the code for rendering them in here. You have lists and like, you don't have a ton of formatting options, but you have a bunch. So we would have to parse that frigging HTML snippet that this editor generates, parse it reliably, as in this is user provided content, so you have to assume this is hostile. So you have to parse this in a safe way on the server and convert it to an equivalent PDF code. To render this as a PDF in Jai if we don't use JavaScript or HTML, etc. So the route of just embedding a browser in our backend and just taking that HTML and rendering it in a headless browser is the much easier task. I just don't want to do it because it adds an additional dependency onto JavaScript in the backend, and deploying a browser is like, like, it's not hard. It's just you have something ginormous with like a million lines of code that's not part of your backend. I don't want to have that there. Has someone done OpenSSL or some upper crypto binding for Jai? Yeah, generating the bindings is not the hard part. The hard part is this is a crypto library that does things in a JavaScript native way, and you have to convert it to a C or Jai native version without introducing any whoopsies. That's the hard part. So some of these might not have a one-to-one equivalent, like the algorithm, of course, but there's going to be things that are slightly different that you have to be careful to do right. So it's not crazy hard. It's just you have to be very careful, and it's going to be annoying because things are just different between, like, JavaScript works very differently from Jai. So there's going to be differences that are annoying to get right. And with some, so you have to be 100% compatible with the JavaScript version, because the JavaScript version is going to encode the cookie, and then the Jai service needs to decode them. And of course, the same thing has to come out. So just having the OpenSSL bindings for doing an, what is it? AES 256 CBC might be annoying, but it's probably not the really hard part. Maybe it is. I don't know. I haven't used OpenSSL. It doesn't have a good reputation for an easy API, but I'm sure someone has done OpenSSL bindings. If not Soding, then someone else. Have you had a look at the tech tool chains like PDF Tech and Friends? No. So you mean we create LaTeX and then pipe that through those libraries? that's not... That's an interesting... Yeah, Libsodium would be an alternative. Yes. I've worked with Libsodium for our... Is it Libsodium or is it... Wait, let me not get this wrong. It was one of the smaller Cypher libraries for our embedded systems, like for the bridges, for the bridge firmware. We use something like... Not sure if it's Libsodium, I can't remember, but we use a smaller one. Yeah, like deploying PDF tech also doesn't make me excited. But I'd much rather do this than deploy a browser. But it kind of is the worst of both worlds, as you deploy a ginormous tool stack that's brittle. But I also have to do the HTML rendering myself of the inline HTML that we have. So I'm not sure if I would do the LaTeX round, because it kind of... I get the worst of both worlds in some sense. Poplar. I'm not sure if I heard of Poplar. I've used this. Where have I used this? Why do I know this? Why do I know Poplar? I've stumbled across this recently. Give me a second. Yes, okay. That's been in the project that I recently had to make, like basically create a consistent deployment environment for this, and there they use Poplar. Based on the XPDF code base. I don't know what that is supposed to tell me. Maybe that's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Maybe we should do something like this. So instead of going low levels, I was thinking about doing... where is it? I thought about going with libharu. But this is really low level. This is like draw a line, lay out text in this rectangle. Like this is very, very low level. Okay, I wonder what Vashbenzine, how did it trigger shark body? Normally only Valigo can do this. So light dark white theme mode background. How is this in? How did you trigger this one? I don't see it. Do you plan to support? I don't see how you triggered this one, honestly. What did it say? Responding. I see. Dark mode is a... That's the emoji that triggered it. That's good. So we should... How do we avoid that in here? I don't know. It's just we'll just have this as an Easter egg. I might have used this job as support. No. Do you plan to support e-invoicing standards? Yeah, sure. Use LaTeX and ComaScript to generate your bills. It's almost certainly the easier way than what I'm gonna do. But again, I don't want to deploy LaTeX as part of our backend. Although it is like, at least it's mature technology that doesn't change much, as opposed to like deploying a browser. Yeah, I thought about exactly. I thought about this, but then we won't get people who just say dark mode. Yeah, maybe we should do this. But no, I think I'm gonna keep the emoji Easter egg in here. There's a reason I did star here, because some... well, whatever. Okay, let's do it. I thought about it. I was like, nah. Like some people just put it in one line and then it doesn't trigger, like in one word. But how happy am I with my mic? I would buy the older version. Guys, you can't trigger it too often because it's on cooldown. Where does it say that? Not responding for pattern due to cooldown. This bot has features. Not many, but a few. Which mic is it? This is the Blue Yeti Pro something. I would use the one that has dedicated knobs for volume, etc. This one has one like multi-feature knob, which is just strictly worse. I know it saves them a couple of bucks on the bill of materials, but it's just worse for usability. So I would not buy this one. Again, I would buy the predecessor probably. Also, the idea of having the like the what do you call it? The form, like the sensibility. I don't know what you call it. Like basically, if it's a kidney, what do you call that? Characteristics. Yes, thank you. So you can change the mic characteristics. The button is here on the back side, so you can't see it yourself, which is a really bad place, because if you touch it accidentally, you will never realize that you've changed it, unless you do this, which is very like convenient. So just bad UI, bad UX all over the place. I was like, I'm gonna buy the newer version because it's gonna be better. No. Why was I thinking that? I mean, I should know better. Everything is... Oh, wait, do I have... Yes. So this is the trajectory of everything, so I shouldn't be surprised. Okay, so yeah, we could go with a full PDF rendering library. That would short circuit everything quite a bit. I mean, this website makes me want to not do it. On the other hand, like libharo doesn't have great documentation either, so I shouldn't be surprised. Like they just use the GitHub wiki, and it's not great. For example, if you look for UTF, you find the function, but there's no documentation for it. There is, if you look at the wiki, it's defined here. Like, Well, there's some document. Like I found this, but it was like really that's the only thing you mention about using UTF. Like it's not in any of this. It's just in the list of functions basically. But well, could be worse. It's just I was like maybe not perfect. Also, some of the documentation was written by a non-native. Like I'm a non-native myself. What shall I say? But it was clearly written by someone who's not really good at English, because it's hard to understand what they mean with, like, I just looked at a couple of function documentation. It was like, I think I know what you mean, but like, this is not fun if you run into edge cases. So I'm like, yeah, not sure if I should take this. So maybe we should switch to something like Poplar, which is, I think, higher level. How about telling me anything about your project? This is the wiki page, really? Documentation. We have a C++ documentation. glib means what did it mean? Something tells me I don't want to use this just from looking at this. Let's look at the C++ documentation. Maybe this one is less awful. No. Give me a page. Like, how do I figure out how to use this API? Can't be that that's it. Reference manual. That's not a manual. That's a list of functions. I don't think I want to use this. Nope. No standard audio interface, USB audio interface. Go for road sign has sure, yay, fans of real. Yeah, like one thing that should have put me off this mic is that blue belongs to Logitech, and Logitech just is an awful company through and through. So that should have been a real big red flag. For some reason, I ignored it. Okay, does someone have suggestions for other PDF libraries we could use? That are not like, as you can see, I looked at some of them already. This one I can't remember. Which one was this? Yeah, currently unmaintained. Thank you. High performance, probably a lie. Oh, this is PDF Hummus. Yeah, I looked at this for a second. It's C++. That's what put me off. Maybe they have documentation. No example? How about the simple example? Nothing. Okay, maybe. Why does it have two names? Also known as PDF hummus. Like, why do you have two names? Okay, Apache 2. Doesn't look to me like they have like anything more advanced. We could just call into Python to make it work. How about that? What did these people suggest? Oh no, no Python. So if no one in chat has a better suggestion, I think I'm gonna stick with, like, it's gonna be a lot of work to do things, but Poplar just puts me off if there's no documentation. Like, we can try the following. It probably hallucinates 50% of the API calls, but text extraction? I thought it was generating. Not what I wanted. What's PDF flip though? Does this exist? Oh yeah, that's the commercial version, right? What do they want? Well, that's great. Are you kidding me? €1,200. 500. Interesting. If I buy it for macOS, it's €450. If I buy it for Linux, it's 1,200. Okay, forget it. I mean, it's fine. It's not that expensive, but what's Llama CPP? Oh, I'm sure there's invoicing as a service. Totally. I don't want that. Totally. No, we could, like, we have Stripe integration. We could use the invoicing service of Stripe. Totally. 100%. It didn't exist when we started, but it exists now. Like, they have invoicing. Can we do this in English for the people who don't speak German? Probably at the bottom. Like, this might be the modern version of getting this done. Just saying, hey, do your invoicing in Stripe. But not every one of our customers is using Stripe. That would force every one of our customers to use Stripe. Maybe not the best idea. Also, since Stripe was not really available in the former Soviet Union countries, I'm not sure if that has changed. Let's see, where's there? Like, this used to, do we have a, like, they had a map, and basically the ex-Soviet Union was, none of it was included. How about Czech Republic is in there? How about Slovenia and Slovakia? Slovenia is in there. Slovakia is in there. So this has changed. Okay. Poland is in. Good. Because we had an issue of just people couldn't start using Stripe because it wasn't available there. So right now we're just spitballing. Like, what could we do? Like, just focusing on I need to generate PDF is a bit short-sighted. The real issue is that we want to be able to improve invoicing for our customers. And one version would be, hey, let's use Stripe. That would solve our issue, potentially. It wouldn't solve the issue of our customers who don't use Stripe, which is probably a lot of them. I don't have the data, the current data. No, I'm fine using third-party services in general. Like, we don't use many, but we use Stripe. We use something to send mails. But I'm not sure if invoicing is something that I would want to outsource, especially since the problem with Stripe is that it's not enough that we use Stripe. The problem is our customers have to use Stripe. That's a higher barrier to entry suddenly because you have to set up Stripe, etc. Can you just render a web page and use the browser system's print to PDF function? We're talking about, watch the beginning of our stream. I explained why, like, that we could do this, why I don't want to do it, and what it would involve. I think I'm going to stick with my original plan. It's definitely not the fastest to market solution, but it would provide me with the most interesting work, which is like important so I don't get fed up. It would take way longer, way longer, but it gives us full control and speed. That's the benefit. It's something I've never done, so I'd learn a bunch. That's good. But also, like, again, this would turn something that I could ship in a day into something that I have to work on for weeks. So is that a good idea? Maybe not. if they want like HTML doc, if they want to support tables the way I need, they need pretty intensive HTML support. It would certainly be convenient to just take the HTML. It just feels wrong to me. But that's just my sensibilities. That's not a good business choice. Like purely from a like business perspective, I should just deploy a web server to the a web browser to the backend and just render our existing web HTML pages. I just know what that means downstream. Like of this stopped working. Why? I don't know. Something in the headless browser acted up. Or in the remote controlling of the headless browser, something broke, to figure. Like, I've been in these places. I try to avoid them. For the PDF generation, it's probably not that bad. But, like, I did some things with remote controlling headless browsers. And, like, as soon as something goes wrong, you're so blind. It's not fun. Like, I used... No, not Protractor. What was the name of that thing? To remote control a headless browser for some crawling, and there were bugs in that library. It took me like days to find. Like they had a race condition in their library, of course, and then just things died. Like the thing just died in production and stopped responding. And figuring out why that happened was fun. Puppeteer, yes, Puppeteer is the thing, exactly. I don't know if I reported the issue. Maybe they fixed it in the meantime, but it took me forever to find this. I tried to avoid that. So just generating PDF, like this is what's wrong now. It's way easier to just deploy the browser and generate the PDF by generating HTML and CSS and just feeding that to the browser and generating a PDF. That's super easy. It means you deploy millions of lines of code for doing something that should be maybe a couple thousand lines. And this is what we're doing all over the place, everywhere in our industry, because it's faster. And then everything's slow. Like generating a PDF that way will take probably an order of magnitude, like no more, probably 2 or 3 orders of magnitude longer than if we do it in using like libharu. Performance wise, not like developing it will take 2 orders of magnitude more, at least, of my time. But I learn a bunch, and we get something. We get more capabilities in Jai, so that's like general good. I'm torn between making the best short-term business decision and doing what I feel is right from an engineering perspective. Know what I mean? We consider building something like a microservice to not limit the substitution based on programming language. Yeah, but that doesn't solve the problem. It just adds a problem. Like you still have to build it. Like why would a microservice that doesn't solve anything? Like you just documented an API, but if you wrap it in a microservice, like you still have to implement it, and now you have a microservice to take care of. Oh yeah. For those who watched Friday's, I think it was Friday's stream. Yes, I found the 10 times compiling slowness cause. It was a tiny, very, very interesting. And while discovering this, I found another bug in the compiler that would have never found if I didn't look for the table issue. So for those who watched Friday's stream, that's a total off topic, but very interesting. So let's go there. That's worth it. So we had the problem that I changed something in the hash table. It was like 5 lines or something that added the, where is it? Slots filled. So I added the capability to delete something from the table, and you need to keep track of the difference between actual count and slots filled, or you have an edge case that makes it run indefinitely. So I backported this, I backported it from our Jai version, and it was 5 lines of change, and suddenly the whole compiler ran 10 times slower than it should. You can watch the stream where we look at this. It was last stream. I recommend it. It was interesting. At the end, like the last hour or something of the stream from Friday. Watch it. It's interesting. Solution was, I forgot. So this is how it looked before. That's the fix. So there is a function make empty. It's called in one freaking place. No, actually, it's in 2. I'm not sure if this is ever called. Oh, it is. So what was the problem? Make empty is called in the copier whenever we start copying. And this didn't reset slots filled. So we added 5 items, added 5 items, reset thousands of times in the compiler. Slots filled was never reset, so we kept growing the table and growing the table with almost no items in it. Because slots filled kept just increasing, was never reset, it was generating a table of 100,000 elements to put 6 in there or something. So that was the actual fix. Just didn't see this line. Stupid mistake. Took me quite a while. To find this mistake, I went and created a function, debug table stats, that takes every single hash table, except for this one, where I knew it wasn't relevant because it was not related to LLVM backend. Every single hash table in the compiler. At the end of compilation, I go through all of them and printed the debug stats of every single table to see where things were going wrong. This is something we extracted in the stream that was on stream. I just added a few lines that was also on stream. So, and we just looked at this information from for the message exporter, because that's the only table where we delete, and my change was related to deleting items. So I was looking at this table and we couldn't find anything. So I was like, fuck it, I'm going to do it for all tables. It's clearly caused by the hash table. Let's look at all the hash tables. So I printed for all the hash tables we create in the backend. And I found the issue in, where's the copier? In the polytarget copier. This is also why the polymorphs took 10 times longer, because it was this polytarget copier in the typer actually. So this was the table where I saw the bug. But I also saw in the interner something weird about the stats, and turned out it used the wrong hash to insert into the table, which meant that the type table included lots of strings that it shouldn't have included. So that fix saved, so I figured that out, fixed that, and that saved, on Sokoban, it saved the type table 72K of data, and over 7,000 strings are no longer implemented there. And not added. We insert 7,000 strings fewer into the type table of Sokoban, and it saves 72K. So that was a nice win, and a windfall basically from looking at the bug in the hash table. So that's the summary of what happened last stream. Or after last stream. It was an extra hour or hour and a half in the evening, and it was really fun. Like this one was funny to figure out because it was it manifested in a weird access pattern for that table, and I was like, so whatever, a very interesting bug. So then I printed the data, looked at the data, found the issue. That was fun. So okay. Before we now go into the library, maybe we don't even get started with the library because I want to fix the production bug we just found. We're gonna do it the following way. I don't think we have an API for deleting the logo right now. But maybe I can just find the bug by looking at the code. This would be in the web app. So if we go to invoice, this one, what was that? And why is my Vim suddenly, what is this? Oh, PG admin, of course. Yeah, you take 15 seconds and steal the focus 3 times in between. I didn't expect anything else. So here we render it if, where is that line? If we don't have an invoice ID and there is an account logo, we take account logo. Interesting that we don't take public logo here. I'm a bit surprised. But we just take account logo. If go to the account edit. We save. We set account logo. And this account that we inject here is app config account. That should update, no? Shared config account. We don't turn that into a model. I could have sworn. That's not a model. That's a bug. That's an interesting bug. What do we do with app_config.member? Here we say there, we turn it into a model. No. Okay, yeah, so I'm doing the wrong thing here. That's what's causing the bug. We don't replace the account with a model. This stays raw data. We should change this. This puts the account into the cache. Whatever, I'm not going to go into the Fabman details. It's very like implementation detaily. This basically takes the data and puts it into the cache, but it doesn't replace. It doesn't replace the data on app config. That's a simple. Maybe we should change that. I should say here app config.members, member from resource, app config account is account from resources, and this one, why does it go into combined? Let's see if that breaks anything. It shouldn't. And then our bug should go away. Let's try this in a different account. Let's go to some whatever. Account number 12. And we go here and we upload this one. And now we go to billing. This guy, create an invoice, and it's here. See? Hooray, victory. This is the Angular. Yeah, it's Angular.js, the proper Angular. Okay, so let's ship this one. Let's just take a look around if nothing serious broke, because that's quite a substantial change that we did. It looks harmless, but it seems like everything's working. If I change this to English, United States, and we go to the booking calendar, that worked. Yeah. Okay, good. Like, we could also have saved this. We could have changed this here by using a different account. Yeah. We just fixed this basically. But whatever. Good. So that's the production fix. Awesome. I'm gonna deploy this in a few minutes once the tests have passed and everything has been turned into a Docker image, blah, blah, blah. So let's go into the main task. The main task would be, if we decide to go the route of generating the PDFs in Jai, it's a lot of engineering for something that we could do by, I don't know, calling into Python or something, or deploying a web browser, or calling into Python which then uses a headless web browser or something. Is it worth it? Honestly, probably not. Do I still want to do it? Probably. I'm gonna look at this one for a second. Do it for the viewers. Yeah, like, it's gonna be totally, like, no offense, but I have 24 subscriptions on Twitch. It's not a good financial decision to do something that costs me way more time for my company for $50 a month. Is this just a command line utility? This is not a library or anything at all? What if it was 25? That would be marginally better. Thanks, Tensei. So is this just a command line? It's just a command line tool. No, I don't want to deploy the command line tool. Like, it's like, my problem is all of these are smart decisions for getting things done quickly, but in the long run, it makes the general state of the software industry worse. You know what I mean? If everyone just piles on what exists already and just makes bigger piles of crap, we make everything worse that's currently bad about the software industry. That's what pushes me into the direction of, no, let's just give Jai the capability to create PDF tables. I should update that. Bezos, well, Bezos still gets all the Amazon money. Like, he's not like the CEO anymore, right? Who's now the CEO of Amazon? It's not Bezos, no? Andy Jassy, never heard of him. I think I'm gonna give Bezos. I'm gonna keep Bezos in there. So that's what pushes me towards, no, let's give Jai the capability of generating PDFs, because if no one does this ever, things are just gonna get worse. You know what I mean? It's not a smart business decision for Fabman, because it will, like, I could implement other features in Fabman at the same time. If I just ship a headless browser and we generate the PDFs tomorrow, I can work on other things that customers are waiting for. So in that regard, it's a bad business decision. I think long-term it's a better business decision because it's less things we have to maintain. Well, not necessarily. I will have to maintain the PDF library, but there's a smaller footprint of things that go wrong. So in that case, it's a good decision. Performance-wise, it's probably a very good decision. Like, if we have to create 2,000 PDFs, doing this with a headless browser is going to occupy our servers for quite a while. Doing it in Jai, if I do it the way I expect it to do, it should be instant. But it's going to suck making this. Like, doing table layouts, like multi-page, multi-column, like all of that, it's going to suck. But we're here for the suck, right? Let's do this. Screw it. Let's at least spend today doing this, and then I can still, like, if I see we're going nowhere and it's way harder than I thought, we can still, like, throw it away and ship Chromium. No, we don't do... I'm not implementing the PDF spec, guys. You misunderstand me. We're gonna create bindings for libharu and then use that. The hard part is gonna be all the layouting. Like, this is completely independent of PDFs. This is just doing table layouts on a page. This has nothing to do with PDFs. The result is something where we then call libharu to draw the lines and render the text and all that. But the layouting we have to do, and layouting the HTML in the rich text from the editor and things like that, completely independent of PDF. Handmade network jam. That's pretty much now. Well, that's pretty much now, isn't it? That's funny. Yeah, we're doing that. That's perfect. Like, Why not have a PDF? I talked about this, Nafonso, at the beginning. Okay, we need a good name for this, though. What's a good name for a library to create PDFs? How about Archivar? Is that an English name? That's German, right? Yes. No, that's English. Archivist? Maybe I stay with Archivar. Like, okay, this is something I picked up from Hoppy, another off topic. I like to give things names. Like, my regular expression library is called Uniform. My testing library is called Stubborn. Instead of just having something that's called PDF Kit or PDF Make, where you have 3,000 versions, you know what I mean? Like, where you have to think of, was it PDF Make or PDF Generate or PDF Kit or PDF, like, black hole. Kitchen sink. No. Waste of engineering time. The suck. No, seriously. Who generates PDFs? Who generates documents? I mean, we could call it PDF. Bureaucrat. That's not bad. Except that I can never spell this correctly. Bureaucrat. I like Bureaucrat. Doctor is also not bad. Yeah. I like Bureaucrat. Doctor is not bad. It's a good pun. I'll stick with Bureaucrat. That's too much. Okay, let's first things first. We need. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like I always misspell it. Thank you. I always misspell it. Bureaucrat. That's how you do it, right? Let's check this. Let's look at the thesaurus. Maybe that gives us something. Apparatchik. that's even better. I think we might take an apparatchik. But I won't remember that. Like bureaucrat, I might remember. But this is good. I love this one. Apparatchik is not bad. It's a bit too far removed from generating PDFs, but I like using that name. Thanks for gifting, Jumpy. Scribe is also not bad. Gutenberg, yeah, maybe. So it's bureaucrat or what was the other one? Scribe. Scribe is not bad. Pen pusher. Yeah, bureaucrat is too hard to write correctly. But then again, maybe I should call it that because then maybe I finally remember what it's called. Scribe is an established product. That's not good. Galway name document, yes. This is the raffle document library. I'm going to stick with bureaucrat, correctly named. For now. Maybe I'll change my mind. So we need... First things first. First thing is generating bindings for libharu. What was it? Available development environment. We will do this. So release, I assume, comes with source. Yes. What's the license, by the way? Before we mess this up. libpng license. Okay, that sounds good. As is. Sounds good. You need to either append that name to every function to hammer it in your head or whatever you need. Yeah. Nope, literally like bureaucracy, bureaucrat. I always write this wrong. Like it's good to practice that. Bureaucrat. So we need to generate function to generate the bindings for this one. It's called libharu. So let's say libharu. Let's put the source there. Jai Bureaucrat. And we're gonna be shameless. We don't need the web app right now. Imgui has the most complete thingy. Oops. Okay, at compile time, we want to compile. I don't think we need a debug version. The arrow path is just lib arrow 244. We don't know this yet. This is all fine. We want to compile. Does it say anything about compiling? With any C compiler. That sounds very good. Oh, it's a CMake. It's a CMake project. That's a shame. I was hoping for like single file thingy. CMake is a bit annoying. It's not bad, but so in that case, we don't use build CPP. We use. Oh, by the way, you guys can't read any of this, right? Here you go. Jai sub build LVM. That's a CMake project. That shouldn't be necessary actually. Fuck it, not necessary. Let's not make this more complicated than necessary. I'm gonna copy parts of this even though it's overkill. We're gonna have different builds per platform. I need macOS and Linux at least. I don't care about Windows, honestly, at all. Sorry, guys. If it's Linux, we say maybe this is too much crap. The install dir. So I want this. I want to have What do I want to have? Here we have Linux, macOS, and then the libraries in there instead of having a lib folder or something. Yeah, why not? So our install dir is just platform name for now. The build dir is this. That makes sense. We make the build dir. That makes sense. I'm not sure about this one. I don't think we need that. Okay, we do a cmake. We get the source dir is libharo path. That's it, right? We don't need any of this for now, hopefully. We don't need any of this. We don't need any of this. We don't. Oh yeah, we need this. Oh, we do this here manually. No, I have a better way to do this nowadays. Do we have this somewhere? Yeah, I know. This is what we do. And I should port this to here. I'm just gonna keep this here as a reminder to also backport this. Where's my cursor? Why can't I see my cursor? Hello, can I please? Thank you. macOS x64 path. Uh-oh. Okay, that shouldn't be necessary. So we should be able to say this. Why am I doing a run here? Why am I not doing this? Just let's keep it simple. No unnecessary nonsense. Okay. That means we were gonna build automatically. So what this does is it automatically builds libharo for the default macOS version that the compiler normally compiles for, which means you're always gonna end up compiling for the same target, which is convenient. So if we ever change the base version that we compile Jai binaries for from 10.3 to, I don't know, 11 or something, then you just need to rerun this since it's going to compile the library for 11. So we make this in the build dir. Build dir we defined. Done configuring LVM. Not LVM. Libharo. Building libharo. Windows can go to hell. Install, that's dangerous. Where did we define the install here? We didn't, did we? Did I delete this? Oh, wait. I'm currently modifying build LVM. That's totally not what I wanted. Wrong file. I love this. Boom, that's what we want. Let's not do this. Yeah, the install part is no good. Where do we configure this? CMake install prefix. Okay, that's what we need. I dropped this one. So we add the deployment target, we run this, run or exit is something we need to define. Good enough, I guess. We return false here if we can't create something. Shall we change this to... fuck it. Let's not get... Like, we need to get so much done. Let's just go with the simple one. We don't actually build anything here. I'm lying. Run or exit. I somehow dropped that. I'm good at this. And we run this. What's LVM based here? And why are we running it there? That's... Oh, that's just our current working directory, actually. We don't need this. We hopefully don't need this visitor. We'll see. So I'm gonna try the simplest version we can do. We don't need a hash table. We don't need a... do we generate one binding for both? Maybe. Buy Windows. So this will generate the libharu Unix here. Yeah, that's fine. Footer Unix. We don't want library declarations. Library names is libharu. Include path is lib. How does the source look? Oh, we have an include. Forget it. Source files, HPDF, I hope, is the only one we need. We don't need that. That shouldn't be necessary. HPDF might be necessary. But let's do it. Let's do this. Okay, that should be the basic. So if compile, we say success is build libharu. If not, success. Oh, yeah. You are gone. What happened? Would you consider extending binding tree operations to have type defs to unwrap exposed for developers? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. That could be a binding option, sure. Like extra type defs to unwrap or something. We could put that in the binding generator options. So sure, send it. Never think to write a CMake importer for all this stuff. What do you mean, Well Boss? What's a CMake importer? Did Jai get any benefits from the Unity thing? I doubt it. Jai is not a engine. Like someone who's currently writing a project in Unity is not gonna switch programming language and engine just because Unity like does a controlled flight into terrain. Let's see if this blends. What do you think? I probably just lost my change. Okay. Let's try this. Jai libharu generate. It's gonna blow up, but I don't care. I was missing our working directory. Really? That's a required argument. Oh, that's just because I'm stupid. Run or exit. Because that's not a required argument of this one. Not all control paths return a value. That's probably true. Yeah, this can be simplified a bit now that we only built for Unix, but whatever. No, you should not. Stop bothering me. Okay. Run command. That means we need import process. I'll identify a live output. The source directory libharu macros build libharu doesn't exist. Yes, you are right. Because we say build dir here and we reference the source relative. That's correct. We have to absolutize this one. How do we do this in Jai? Can't remember. That would be in system, I guess, or such. Free type, you're annoying. Go away. Basic print. File. Get absolute path. Does something. Okay, you know what? That's not a good thing to do in Vim. Done building, couldn't load library libharo. Fatal error, HPF PDF config not found, which means we messed up the include directory. But we built libharo, right? Let's see. macOS build, so install did not work. Install the project. Integration. It put it into the build folder. Oh, because we didn't do this absolute fork. Install dir is let's try it again. But maybe we don't want the headers. Maybe we just copy the result out manually. Maybe that's smarter. Final can't create directory include. Maybe need to what nonsense. Oh, why was that a problem? No such file directory. Oh yeah, yay. I think we want the relative path here. Not quite sure. Build deer, we wouldn't actually need an absolute version, but whatever. Declaration of success. My bad. So we're building Bureaucrat Liparo macros, build to Liparo macros. Yes. Okay, we're building a dynamic library. I wanted to build a static library, but I don't want to look at what I need to do that. We get include, which we don't care about. We get lib, which we care about. Why are these all symlinks? No, only those two are symlinks. Okay. So we just care about the lib folder, honestly. So maybe we don't install and instead take the build folder and just copy from there somewhere. Whatever, not that important. I'm just gonna run with this one for now. So we see here macos lib libharu libharu, and that means we need to change for the bindings generator lib paths. No, wrong. Lib, and that's platform name. That's what I want. And this one had a problem. We'll see what its problem was. Come on. Don't be annoying. Couldn't load library libharo. Let's don't compile for a second. Also, maybe we should. We don't have this one right now. So we just say couldn't load library libharo. Why? And then it tries to find this one, which is nonsense. Oops. So since we ship the source, we might as well include from here, or shall we include from here? Then we have to include files twice. Maybe we don't include the source. Maybe it's smarter to not include the source. Maybe this is something we don't ship. So we go to imgui and basically copy the disclaimer. And that would mean we change the include path. Fingers, come on. This is now not libharo path, but platform name. We still can't load the library for some reason. Because it's called libhpdf. Okay, awesome. Okay, I guess those are inline or something. We'll have to look. We have something. Let's see how bad it is. So we have a Unix.jai. Okay, HPDF needs to go. Yeah, HPDF needs to die. So let's clean up these bindings. 5,000 lines. Holy cow. A lot of that is the asserts though. We're gonna keep them in for a while. Okay, strip prefixes. Both graphics. Both. Yeah, underscore HPDF needs to go as well. Okay, all of these redeclarations just need to die in a fire. That's gonna help. The rest looks sensible, right? We're gonna copy this getting from, I think Imgui does something similar. That's a hack. We don't need this something. We won't have this. We need to do it differently. So if we have a type def, and we try to find something that has the same declaration with an underscore, then we throw away the type def. It's very close to this one. So let's stash what we have right now. So we're gonna ignore this one. Does this work? I want to ignore this one. I want to ignore this one. And here I don't care about share. I don't care about, yeah, that should be it. That looks good. Okay. Okay, then I want this. This is our current version of libHarrow, what it looks like right now. Oh, still lots of HPDF. And let's try to make this nice. So we want let's take all of this away for now. We just want to do the following. If we find type def. Okay. Then we just say tprint blah is the what do I want? I want to basically hide the type defs and change the name of the inner things. Yeah, exactly, amoeba. So my goal is just to use libharo for the PDF, very low level stuff, and do a higher level. I want to generate a PDF with this content library. That's the idea. We'll see how far we get. Maybe I just throw that away, that approach. We'll see how far we get today, and then I decide if I want to proceed with that or just ship a freaking headless browser and do the whole mess in JavaScript and HTML. Which I'd like to avoid, just for the record. Why are we... Is there a type def without a name? I don't think that makes any sense. And then we look in global scope. If we find something okay, we found some. If we find something, we say decal don't output the type def, and we do this. If it comments, then we do this. We copy the comment, and then we say it output name is decal name. And this will, well, let's try it. XML to PDF. Is that better? Well, marginally better, yes, but ugh. I don't want to generate XML either. Like all of these, we talked about it. Like, thanks for brainstorming. If you have great ideas, just keep them in chat. I'm just like, I also don't want to generate XML. I explained there are tons of things we could do better, that we could do to generate the thing I want to generate faster. This looks good, right? This is exactly what I wanted. We get rid of all the extras. That wasn't hard. We'll see how it looks in the function arguments if we need to adjust those. Yes, we have like, where does the real code stop? So the basic, we have 3,700 lines of bindings, 3,500 now. So we stripped 200 something lines, and then it's just asserts that make sure that we didn't mess up any of the like alignments, etc. Oh no, no, Waschbenzin. Nope, no PDF make. I've used this in a project. Let me just make sure that I don't blame the wrong library. Let me look up what I used there. This is a private project. like nothing I can show, but so I'm using PDF generation. I'm doing JavaScript PDF generation in a previous project. We're using, let me look. PDF Make, yes, PDF Kit and PDF Make. And the bad one of those is, let me check. PDF Make. PDF Make is a clusterfuck. Don't use it. Creating tables with PDF Make. Holy cow. No. Please don't. It's so bad. It looks nice on first glance. No. The problem, this is totally unrelated to PDF. This is just PDF Make. Their architecture is a nightmare. They have bugs, plenty. I tried to fix it and submit a bug request, a pull request. I gave up. I looked at their architecture and was like, the bug is here. It walks through 10 layers of things before you get anywhere where you could fix. Like it was some layouting issue in their tables. I can't remember the details. But it was like, to fix this, I have to basically completely change their complete like architecture. It was, yeah. How does a headless browser come into creating PDF files? The thing is, we right now have HTML that generates the invoices. Like this is what it's awful. We want to redo how our invoices looks. We wanted to do that for a while, but we've postponed it because we were like, we want to do PDF invoices anyways. And when we do the PDF invoices, we also think about what we could do better about the invoices. But basically, we have an HTML and CSS content that defines what the invoices should look like. And the easiest way to turn this into a PDF is just take this HTML, feed it to a headless browser, and convert that into PDF. Like that's, let's say, 10-line or 15-line thing you can do in the back end. Sounds like lasagna code. Yeah, the problem is that they make a mistake when they have a lack of information that they need to do the right thing at the end, but you can't get the information from, you would have to put that information into the API call, but the API call has no place to store that information because the API call takes what you put in, slices it up into chunks, and then those chunks traverse through layouting, etc., and then at the end you would need the information that some of these chunks, I don't know, belong to, I can't remember the details, but it was something like, you would need to know, I think it was about links. I think they mess up the style if you have links in a PDF. Yeah, exactly. So if you have, I think if you have a text and you say this text should be a link in the PDF, they chunk up the text into words and attach the link to every word, and then they lay out the words and move them around and blah, 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 blah. And then at the very end, they create a link for every single word, which looks wrong in many viewers. So I was like, no, there should be one link across the whole thing. Can't do that because the information that this was one thing is destroyed in the process of going through all the layers. So you can't even attach the information to anything because there's nothing that represents this was one text that should be linked. I think it was something like this. Can't remember. Maybe I'm finding the wrong Lucas, but there were a couple of these places where I was just looking through the code and was like, I would like to do this differently. Looking into the code, and I don't have a weak stomach for bad code. Like I fixed lots of things in libraries that I would do where I would do it very differently. For PDF make, I just gave up. I was like, nope, I'm not gonna fix anything in here. I'm just gonna have my workarounds at the very top level as much, and I'm gonna do as much as I can to never have to attach that code base. And also, I'm gonna remember to never ever use that library for anything ever again. Okay, I would like to get rid of these, but honestly, they don't bother me enough, so maybe I don't. Why? No. I think we can agree to not do that, okay? Can we agree? Country and lang are just gonna vanish. I don't care. So let's make those go away. If begins with declared.name hpd country. And that gets rid of all of these. That's an extra 500 lines you don't have to scroll through. Okay, good enough. This all goes to die. Do we still have an imgu here? Yes. Libharu. I don't like that the thing is called libharo, but their thing is called hpdf. Now I don't know if I should call it libhpdf or libharo or I don't know. Okay, let's try this one. Do I even need that? Let's just do this. Libharu Unix. We don't need to wrap this more. Okay, what's the basic structure to get a PDF off the ground? Just to see if our binding's working. I think I asked it. Yes. Let's take something basic. Yeah, this was complete hallucination. This was so fun. I was like, I found Libharo. I was just asking ChatGPT if there's what its opinion was. It also recommended Libharo, which doesn't say much, but whatever. I was like, how would you generate a table with this? And it says, oh no, where was it? You can follow these steps, and then it just made up like something like HPDF table cell. None of these exist. Okay, and I was like, it really exists? Oh, sorry. Well, classic ChatGPT. Let's see if this stuff is right, shall we? We could do the following. We could say import let's do that. So we have a PDF prefix basically, and let's do that. Okay, that was unnecessary. HPDF new, that would turn to PDF new. We need an error handler. Why do we need an error handler? Okay. Error handler is a C call. Libhero error, blah blah. Is this something we unwrapped? That doesn't exist. Did it hallucinate that, or did we forget to generate that? That exists. Why don't we have it in our bindings? Typedef HPDF status. That's not it. Shouldn't that be defined somewhere? Include consts, maybe. No. What else did they include? Config. No. Version, no. Not in consts, in types. Sounds likely. Why don't we have this one? Why does this one not show up in our generated file? It's a simple typedef. What is using HPDF status in here? Let's take one of the functions that does this. Add 3D view. Okay, wow. How about something basic? Can I get something basic? Thank you. Set error handler. What's the return value that we claim this has? Oh. We say status. Oh, was this just, I was looking for the wrong thing? Is this just a case of I was too stupid? Yes. Okay, awesome. Set jump. What are we doing here? What's HPDF's example? I don't trust this code. Using the library. Okay, so the detailed error code is basically just the system error code. I don't like this. This is a bad sign that they do error handling with this. Is it basically doing exception handling? Ugh. This is nothing I want to do in a multi-threaded, like... Oh, hey Cakes. Thanks for the raid. Hello. How was your stream? How's your game progressing? I thought we were doing PDF as well. This is basically the introduction to like what libharu wants you to do. I'm not a fan, to say the least. You need it elsewhere. Games doing well. Running on OpenGL. All right. Long-term function restores the environment saved by the most recent respective invocation of the setjob function. Then they return. I'm not sure that we can do this safely in Jai. Like, I don't think I want this to happen. Like, to me, this sounds nuts. Having to do that to generate the PDF. I see no reason why this should happen for something that generates PDF. Like, no reason. Why do they do this way? This is god awful. This makes me question using this library. That's the problem. It's not about freeing, it's about knowing when something went wrong. Like, imagine I'm doing this in a multi-threaded environment on in a REST API, and I mean, it sounds like I can just set jump, long jump there, but I don't want to. It rubs me the wrong way that this is how they do error handling, instead of having, like, what is set jump even? The way I understand it, like, I've heard of I've never used them. I've heard of them, but basically it saves your position in the call stack, no? Like, so that when you then long jump, you return to there. Yeah, between functions. But the problem is we're in a Jai function. Like, I'm not sure if setJump knows what it needs to do to make sure that we don't blow up across language boundaries. maybe it does. I haven't thought about it. Like, I don't know what exactly set jump does, what it saves, etc. It would need to so long jump then return, like, set jump will return the value that we put to long jump. So what we do here is if I understand it correctly, HPDF get error gives us the but why don't they use this here? This is something that was hallucinated by ChatGPT, so that might be nonsense. They don't, the env they mention here is not, so another thing, like, this code doesn't compile, obviously, because env is not a thing here. I have no idea what they're talking about if they say set jump env here. All of this tells me this library is fishy as hell. It seems to be the standard way of generating PDFs from C, but maybe someone knows what's going on here. I don't know what's going on here. Like, what's env? How do I get env in your case? How about this? Like, they're basically doing exception handling instead of propagating errors, right? The way I understand it, so if I read this, like, I've never read it. I know that those pairs exist. I've never used them. I've never seen any code that used them. Like, totally novice territory. But if I understand correctly, you call set jump. If you then call long jump, it returns to where you called set jump, and it continues as if set jump has just returned the value that you passed to long jump. Okay, so I assume this means that from where this is called, the stack gets unwound. They put this in a safe place. Stack gets unwound until whatever set jump saved to this jump buffer, and then the set jump, the program continues as if set jump had just returned val. That's what I get from this documentation. That would mean, among other things, if there are any JAI procedures called in the meantime, like, any differs in there wouldn't trigger. That's probably the biggest thing. Like, any defers would not trigger. Apart from that, it sounds fine. When you say stack gets unwound, no, I mean it. Yeah, it changes the stack pointer and the program counter. Plus, wouldn't it have to restore registers, etc.? Like, it is a stack unwinding. It must be a properly stack unwinding. It must use some form of, like, otherwise you can't just return. Well, it could save all the registers, but that would mess with. Like, my problem is I don't have a good mental model of what happens internally. Okay, it must save the program counter, and then jump to this one. it must save this value somewhere on the stack. Like it must uh, um, reserve some value on the stack, or probably in jump buffer where it stores this value and then reads it from. So what this would need to do is, I'm just thinking about what the implementation might look like with my very limited knowledge of the internals of all of this. This would need to take the current program counter, put it somewhere in here in this jump buffer, have some memory in there to store the return value. Like this is what set jump basically does. So jump buffer must be a program counter plus a value plus the value of all registers, right? All accessible objects. What does this, like, what does all accessible objects mean in a C environment? Like, what's an accessible object in a C environment? Except that the values of object of automatic storing location. So I would expect this would have to save all registers. It might need to save the state of some, like, I don't know, what does this mean with object? This could mean file handles, etc. Like this is from the C spec and POSIX spec. And yeah, this makes sense. That you might not. So for me, this sounds like C experts will know this. I don't know this. It looks to me like this is like exception throwing for poor people. So this is what you want to return when someone calls this one. So this is why they do. Like here we just exit, which is really bad. But you would long jump here in your error handler. Then HPDF just calls your error handler whenever anything goes wrong, and then you magically reappear at this place and do the error handling. I really don't like this way of doing error handling. Like the code that ChatGPT generated is like, it looks like complete hallucination. I wouldn't use it. This seems to be beyond its capabilities. Even though it should be a basic copy-paste. I mean, for ChatGPT, it should have just copy-pasted the how-to of libharu. Yeah, it's ancient. I know that this is ancient. The question is just how much does it do to preserve, like to prevent chaos, basically. Like that would mean my problem is that means they screw up error handling. If they expect you to long jump from your error handler, I don't know what the internal functions do if an error occurs. So my assumption is set jump just saves all the registers, saves the program counter, has some extra memory in this. That's just my guess without knowing how it's implemented. In this jump buffer, have some extra memory for saving the return value, and then long jump basically puts the return value into that env and then jumps to that address that was saved, to the program counter that was saved in here. Yikes. I mean, fine, but yikes. I don't like that. Like, if you just bail here, maybe it's fine. What else could we do? Like the PDF new function. Let's look in our... That's not what I want. I want this one, please. Can you please open this one? No, I wanted it here. I hate this so much about Nerd3. It can probably be configured, but it's such a bad default behavior. What else? That if a file is open in a different tab, it jumps to a different tab instead of opening where I wanted to open it. Anyways, we say new. Just new. Can I have just new, please? Please? Not just new. No? Was it HPDF new? New. Here we are. It takes error function and error and user data. I hope these are not saved globally. I hope they are in the doc. Let's look at the doc. That's a doc rec. Error function user data. Yeah, okay, that's stored in here. They complained, they said something which is fine. Error handling. They have a problem if you don't pass the doc, yes. Turns the error code. Yeah, but that's like... That just copy stuff from here, right? What is it? Error record. Yeah. So they just copy things out. So to me, it seems like all of this is nonsense, like completely unnecessary. I'm just gonna ignore their great advice. We can just check for errors after each call to get the error if they don't return it properly. In our case, long jump would be called by the error handler we pass. That's how they suggest you do error handling. So basically they tell you, hey, use poor man's exceptions by providing an error handler that does long jump and calling set jump here, and then you're good. But no, I don't like this. We're gonna ignore it. I'm gonna ignore the error handler here as well. It seems like that's optional. Because it says, then an error code is stored in document. Finally, the user of an error function, if defined, is invoked. Sounds to me like we don't need to define it. So we're not gonna define it, okay? We're gonna add a page. Let's look at their default instead of, like, the code from, this is complete nonsense what this one generated. So we're gonna start with whatever they have as a default. See, they do this in their, like, hey, hello world, basically. We ignore all of these for now. Set page mode to use outlines. Would be nice if any one of these linked to the actual API documentation. Doesn't. That's not what I wanted. Let's also open the usage examples. What? Is this something in the PDF? That you can set like a preferred display mode of that PDF? I didn't know that that was a thing. I don't care. Okay, that's the page we have open anyways. We create a page by calling add page. So far, so good. We do a defer PDF free. Yeah, let's do this. We want A4. We want landscape. Awesome. So we can just do this. See, that's what nice code looks like. We probably have to free that page. We'll see. Let's then do. This is all nonce. Let's keep it away. Save to file. This is just to test our bindings. Does this blend? This one can die. Oh no. Oh yeah, that's not a good. I should have seen this. Give me a second. In generate. Where we strip that prefix. Oh, that's actually a bug. How do we do this? We take the output name. It shouldn't generate an invalid output name. That's a bug in the bindings generator. Because we say strip prefix, it should not strip the slash if the next character is not valid as an initial character. So let's go to bindings generator. Strip. The kids are home, as you might hear. So we want if while the strip count is bigger than 1 actually, and the next one is an underscore, and stripped. Do we have something that checks if this is a numeric? Let's do this. Is valid identifier start. Shall we do the bit trick? Probably not. I forgot the mask. We'll fill this in. If it's greater than or equal to A and character masked something, it's less than or equal to. That's what I should have written. Okay, what's the right mask to use? I forgot. SC table. So uppercase starts at 41, 61. So if we mask out I'm stupid. Yeah, 41, 61. So if we max out hex 20, we can compare uppercase. Right? Let's do this visually. Maxing out 20 means we XOR with df, right? We end with df. Okay. Did John ship a new beta? I haven't looked. Oh, he just shipped a new beta. Nice. Enjoy. Lots of fixes. I hope I didn't break anything. Okay, with these changes, let's regenerate the bindings. And see if that fixes our identifier. Because the change should be that this one now, yeah, 3D matrix now has a beginning underscore C. And that is in all the arguments. Good. That was also nonsense. Why don't I see the generate function changing? Oh, because that was just in the, never mind. This was in the bindings generator itself. Okay. Good. Does it now compile though with these better bindings? Foreign libhpdf. What does it complain? Uniclared identifier libhpdf. Oh, because we called it libharu. Yes, my bad. Let's try that again. And nope, wrong file. And also stupid, we don't have null. This is called null here. Printf log error. And return is of course also wrong here. Undefined identifier, yes. Import basic. Seems to compile. Let's use it. Test. Library not loaded. libhpdf. Tried libhpdf. Yep, my bad, because I manually declared these. No, actually not my fault. Not my fault. It's trying a bunch of things, but not the path to the dynamic library. So even though we say we want library macos libhpdf, it just tries to load our path libhpdf. That's a bug in the compiler to some extent. I don't want to go there though. I'm gonna try static. How would I tell CMake to build a static library? No. No. It's not about add library. I have a library project. How do I know to, like, they say we can use it as a static library. I don't think I've seen an explanation of how to build the static library. Nope. Let's look at the CMake file. So this one we just turn off, right? So we go to our little generator, we say compile true, and we add build haru. Yep, exactly, invisible cat. That was my guess as well. We'll see if we are right. If I plan on eventually using Jai when it becomes available to the public, but I'm new to low-level programming, is there a language you would recommend to start with? This is how you get to where you are today. 25 years of programming, pretty much everything is how you get where I am today. I went to university, but I didn't learn to program there. Like, I was self-taught at age 14 and then just programmed always, all my life. Yeah, that gives us a static library. Awesome. So now if we just throw away the dynamic library, just to be sure. Hello? Nothing? Oh, how did that happen? I deleted one. It doesn't show the symlinks. Awesome. Well, let's do it by hand. No, but like short answer is I did go to university. I did not learn to program there. If anything, I learned bad stuff there, mostly. So it's just working on actual projects. Oh, I can still remember their UML classes and their like Java object-oriented classes and all that nonsense. It was interesting to see Haskell and Prolog, etc. But that's not exact. That wasn't exactly like important for my career. No such file. Yes, you're right. We need to say. Maybe we should keep the dynamic library. Well, too late. I deleted it. We can regenerate it always, of course. Are you kidding me? I just changed this. Did I not? Couldn't find single name file in archive. Oh. Couldn't find symbol name file in archive. That's bad. That's from here. Couldn't find symbol name file. I thought we were doing this here. No, are we using one of my modules? Library archive, there it is. Couldn't find symbol name in archive, okay. It's lunchtime, so I'm gonna take a 15-minute break. Maybe we continue the stream, shall we? And just take a 15-minute break and then I'll be back. So let's do this. That doesn't look good. That looks like something I'm not handling. So what are we looking at? This might be something that the binding generator just can't handle right now. So we're looking for a file that's just called slash. That's not in here. So we could just fix this by also building the dynamic library and just generating the bindings for the dynamic library and just compiling against the static library. That's just a quick workaround. Let's do this because I want to have lunch. So I'm regenerating the dynamic library. Couldn't find someone. Stop it. Why would you? Didn't I just... No, that didn't help. What? Oh yeah, because CMake. Awesome. We have to delete the build directory because it doesn't actually recreate. I think it's delete directory, right? We should do it the other way around. If do these functions exist? File exists. No. What are they called? File exists. That is something. File utilities. Okay. Couldn't file dilib not file a directory. You shouldn't. Why are you trying that? Yeah, I think it's just lunchtime and we fix this afterwards. But what I can do is... Oh, it's gone. Oh, because I now need to create it, right? Yeah. Sorry, my bad. We do this. Now it should work. Where do you learn? I was at the Technical University of Vienna for a couple of years. Did my bachelor's there and then almost completed the master, and then was like, this is not worth it, and abandoned it. Okay, now we have a dynamic library. Now we can generate the bindings. Now we can hopefully compile and load the static library, because we said no DLL here, so it shouldn't pick up the dynamic library. Undefined symbols for architecture, deflate, and deflate init. This expects a libc, I guess. Is this libc or is this setlib? I can't remember. What is this crap called? Leibniz found setlib. Ta-da! And that maybe worked, because maybe we now have a PDF with a single empty page. We do, and it's landscape. Hooray! Great time to take a break. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. I'm just gonna have some food. I'll be back around 14:20, and we're in UTC plus. Do we still have summertime? I guess we'd still have summertime. All right. Bye to everyone who wants to leave. I'll be back in 20 minutes or something. See you soon. 15 minutes. Whatever. See you soon. All right, let's see who's still here. Some people. Oh, thank you, Zeroth. I'll fix that right away. Thank you, fixed. All right. Much appreciated. Okay, why does deployment take so long? Just waiting for the website to deploy. Okay, works, so let's deploy it to production. Good. So we were able to create something. Let's make sure that the error checking works. And we'll do this by calling end text without calling begin text or something stupid. Let's hope we don't need to touch generate again. We probably need to. So we had some blah. Was it get error? Yes. And that should probably return no error if it's fine. Something about no error. I just saw it. No error in 1. Okay, that's the same. PDF. Let's just. Okay, that should fail. Error PDF 1025, and that's hex. So I should say it like this. 1025. Invalid document. That's very expressive. Do we get a better error? If we do this earlier. Is that what it's called? Doc. It's a doc. Location is color. Location, and then So, and then we do it after every call. And see if that improves the error. Yes. Error at test 45. 1051. So we just saw bad design, by the way. So we had an error. So we had an error here. Then we said save, and that overwrote the original error. With an error invalid doc, I think it was, right? So that's no good. That means you have to check for the error after every call or you can't recover. That's far from ideal. I'd rather have it just check for an error, and if there is an error already, then just exit without setting a new error, because then you can recover the original error. If with the current design of this library, you have to check for an error after every single call, or you miss the error source. That's not great. So far, I'm really not impressed with the design of this library, and we haven't barely used it. We have barely used it, not haven't barely used it. Well, I guess that's how it is. So, how far do we go in this? I guess we do some basic setup. And then we switch to doing the actual design of the table library, which is going to be quite different. I'm going to do it usage code first. So we use UTF-8 encoding. Let's use Helvetica. Like, this is stupid, honestly, but we could use the error handler for this. Like, we could set an error handler that just saves the first error, just to work around the bad error handling design here. Let's do that, because we're gonna need this. Otherwise, we're gonna be sad. So it takes an error handler and the user data, and the error handler is this. So let's just define that. And the user data is gonna be pointed to PDF context or something. If not, data.error number data.error is error. No, I hate this name. Just call it error in detail. Okay. And then we can just say PDF error handler, and of course we need to define this PDF context. Is a struct with error status error. And then we can do all of this and just check at the end. Oh, we do something. We don't get color location. That's a shame. I'd love to have like, but since we cross boundaries, we can't. I'd love to have the context here. We could. Okay, give me 1 second. All right, I'm just trying to use some Jai features to make this like less of a pain to work with, this library. So we're gonna say PDF context dot last location is location. Then we insert code, and then we say PDF context whatever. So if we set an error, we say data.error location is last location. And now with those two things together, like this is not great, this PDF wrap. We might do this with a meta program. Oh, how do I know what I need to return? We can do this. No, we can't. How do I know the return value? If I just say code, I could do a modify. This is not great. I need to know what page is. This already makes this more painful. You get the idea, right? What I wanted to do. Maybe this is something we would do with a meta program instead. Because it makes everything like nasty. Now here we would have to say add page is a page, so we would have to say you get the idea. This needs to come after, I'm afraid. And just to get the right error location. Not sure if that's worth it. You can maybe replace this with the modify. If PDF context, we can say using here. What am I typing? And this is now error location, and this is error, and this is detail. Oh yeah, this is PDF. Unically identify location. Is this not called location? Source code location. Okay. My bad. Unically identify. Yeah, of course. Unically identify null also. Dick track. I already hate the PDF namespace. Okay, that works, and now we should get the right error with only checking at the end. But again, we now have PDF wrap. We could just as well have written PDF error check instead of PDF wrap and save ourselves the PDF context now. So it's like, eh. But if we auto insert the PDF wrap afterwards, then this is fine. Yeah, so we get the same error. Line 51 now, which is still correct. Okay. I'm probably not going to use PDF wrap. Maybe we auto insert this later. This was just a proof of concept, basically. But it seems useful to have the right error location. Okay. let's stop there and start with the usage code. Let's move this one to libhero, which doesn't call itself libhero, which is also weird. We should add this one here. So that we don't have to put it into every file that uses the library. Okay. Then we can delete it here. We can regenerate. Oh, we also recompiled. That's not necessary. Oh yeah, we should implement this one. Not implement, commit, I mean. Change log. Oh no, we should first fetch whatever John did. Since he just shipped the beta, we wanna have the most recent changelog. What were we doing? We were removing strip brief. Generate bindings options, okay. If the strip name started okay, so that's shippable. Let's go to Bureaucrat. We have an A file. Fixed that. What did we fix? Okay. These can go away. So now to our actual problem. Like this was just the preamble, basically. You don't have that T at the end because I already fixed and deployed that Tensei, but thanks. So let's start with usage code, right? I want to say doc is create document, whatever. Then I want to say maybe we don't wrap the very, very basic stuff. We don't want to redo everything. So maybe this starts like that. I don't know yet. Bureaucrat. So we do the same thing, basically. We have a page. Now let's say, what do I want? If I look at what I want to rebuild, do I just use the regular PDF functions for all of this? And then just have utility functions for creating the table? Maybe that's easiest to start, and then you can have more like flow-oriented APIs. I don't think it has any flow-oriented libraries, right? Calls, I mean. That's not very much. Graphics, okay. So text belongs to graphics. I don't think I want a declarative API. So, yeah, that's too much. Like, I don't think, like, if you start with these low-level primitives, I don't think I can do a table without going insane. Because you basically, after every cell, like, I still need a structure. So what I want to do is I want to define the structure that I want to fill with the table information. I guess. Question is, so what I'm discussing in my head is how could the API look like that I want to use to create a table? Do I fill out the whole table up front? So as someone recommended, I think PDF Make, is it right? Um, I said that this is like a terrible, like internally it's really bad, like how it's structured, etc. But what you basically do is you fill out these huge, like deeply nested JSON objects, like arrays of objects, and then every cell is like, you see, it's just infinitely nested declarative approach, and then you give the whole thing to whatever the function is. I can't remember. Will be somewhere here. No, it doesn't say. And that creates the table or the whole PDF. So you basically have to write helper functions that help you assemble tables, etc. At least so that I do. If you repeat stuff, etc. I don't like this declarative approach because it's quite limiting. On the other hand, you have the whole structure of the table and can then do whatever is necessary to do, like 10 passes over the whole thing to find the right layout. You know what I mean? Before you write the first PDF expression. So before you draw the first line into the actual PDF, you can do all the computations for everything 10,000 times over. If you have a more imperative API where you say, hey, let's start a column, or let's start a row, here's the content for the first column, here's the content for the second column, here's the content for the third column, let's start the next row, then you have to basically buffer stuff up internally in internal structs, and then like what kind of calls are allowed if you, like, let's say I start a column. How do I define the content of the column? Do I have draw functions that just record the stuff until I'm actually able to draw the stuff? Then why do I have the API? If it's just storing stuff in structs, I could just have the structs exposed and you fill them out anyways, if that's what the result is. I'm having a hard time describing what I mean. You get the idea. Like, I don't think you can draw anything in a table until you have at least the content for the whole row, because the last statement in the last cell of the row might mean that the whole row needs to be written to a new page. So you have to submit it at least one row at a time, maybe worse, depending on how powerful you want your wrapping features to be. So maybe you have to have a kind of declarative approach like this one. Maybe not as bad where you have to put in the whole thing at once because it's just unwieldy. Like, especially in JavaScript with no type checking, like you have any error anywhere in here and it's a nightmare to figure out where you went wrong. No type checking, like any typo anywhere means things just look wrong. We don't have that issue, of course, in Jai, but still, I don't know. I don't like it very much. So do we replace some of the structure with function calls? But the truth is, if you want to support nested tables, you basically have to define the whole inner table. You can't start writing the header or anything because how big your column is depends on the content of the other columns, etc. So you have to basically declare the whole thing. Like, this whole table needs to be fully declared before we can write the first line. It means if you want to support things like nested tables, you basically have to have a completely like declarative approach instead of any imperative approach. You might present it at the outside as an imperative approach, but whatever you do imperatively is just going to buffer up state internally until you can actually start the layout. Know what I mean? I hope I'm making myself clear. I have never done anything like this. It's just I'm just thinking what I think is necessary. I might be wrong, but I don't see how you would do it any other way. So that means we basically have to create structures for defining a table, which I don't like very much. We might need some callbacks in the structure. For example, if you want a different table header between, if you want the initial header of the table to be different from the follow-up header on subsequent pages, you need to have a callback that's called for, hey, this is now on the second page or something. How big do we want our feature set to be? Or do we just build what we need? Like, I'm also rat holing on things that maybe aren't necessary. Like, if I think about this one, we don't need nested tables. Like, I only need text in the table cells, nothing else. I know I need only text. I know I need left and right aligned text. The column width is fixed relative, like it doesn't depend on the content. It depends on the page size, but not on the content. So maybe just start there instead of trying to write PDF make, basically. Maybe we just write the Fabman invoice generator. Know what I mean? So we do the table layout we need, which means we need to be able to repeat the header row. Any cell contains only text. We define where the cell is aligned, and that's it. That's a very different problem from this one. Like from being able to do, where's this nightmare? From being able to do this. Problem is, if you design your API so that you can do this easily, you will never be able to do this. Does this matter to me? Probably not. So maybe we just write the code to generate this invoice. And then take basically this part and turn it into, I want to create arbitrary tables and like do the wrapping, etc. Like, let's not even do the table wrapping initially. Just generate the whole thing, detect when we're out of space on the page, then just create a new page, etc. Maybe that's the API I want. Yeah. Okay, what kind of API do I want to define this? Like, most of the text just flows from top to bottom. So I want to have, so add page, etc. That needs to be hidden. I want to have a page header, but I want to have a different page header per page. So maybe we need a callback that then lets me write the page header. Because I want maybe no header on the first page, and then on the second page well, maybe it's a footer thing. What do I really want? I want numbers. Those will be like page numbers. Those will be in the footer. So I want something like set footer callback. I'm afraid if we do it imperatively, because that makes life much easier, I think, hopefully, maybe. And this gets PDF. That's pdf.doc. And a page number or something. And then in the footer, we just say, the problem is we need to lay out the footer. If I don't know how, I assume it's a page. And it needs to return its height, because I can't determine this if I just use the PDF functions. This is not really nice to use. But if I do anything else, it needs to be fully declarative again, which sucks. So what do I want? I want, let's ignoring the thing at the top. I want to say set font, whatever, title font at size, I don't know, 21 or whatever. Add text invoice. Yeah, I'm writing the API that I want to write, and then we can think about what we need to do to make this work. I want to add the logo to the top right. Whatever, we'll compute this, and then we say add image, add an x of 0, no, an x of width minus logo width, and x of 0 and the logo. Then we add rich text PDF, rich text, magic box, okay. Then we say set font whatever 14, whatever that is. Add text to add I'm coding this page basically, how I would like to define it, and then we'll see if we can get there. I want to begin a new table. Maybe I have to give it I want description. That's, let's say, 60%. I want to have BAT. That's 20%. No, that's 20%. Nah, 15%. Maybe do it like this. That's good enough for my needs. Well, that's the header. I need to define the footer as well. Or do I say this in end table? Might be good enough. Because we don't repeat a footer. I don't need a repeated footer in the table, do I? I don't need that right now, so let's not do it. Then I want to say add table row. Oh, and I forgot here. This should be I mean, consistent what I define as strings and what I put in line, but whatever. It's just to get an idea. And then we say, now we have like column, call spans, etc. So how do we do this? I want the extra line here, things like that. I actually wanted to probably have a full line here, if you ask me. It's weird that this only goes till here. So where do we define if we want lines, etc.? Where do we define? How do we define lines? This is just a table style you set, and you have basically all the configuration options about like line, like now we're reinventing CSS, hopefully less stupid, but like, do you want a frame around it? Like maybe you have a header style and you have a row style, and then you merge them. And that would look something like header, font display is something. We didn't specify alignment here. That's what I wanted to. That's why I used the names and then I forgot. I don't like how limited I am right now. Like, I'm coding this to my needs right now, but I'm trying to think forward a bit. Like, what would I need for the other things where I would use this? And I'm already having trouble to express all the things I want without making this a nightmare to use. Let's do this because header and footer might be different. Which is the order? Do we top right, bottom left? Do we do that, or something like this for line width? Whatever. no matter how I slice this, I don't like the restrictions. So I'm thinking, do I want to have different border colors for each direction? Maybe. Usually not, but sometimes I would want that. So do I, you know what I mean? How do you declare this without making it a pain? Maybe you have different functions. So maybe you go the imgui route. Um, so this would be um, um, but then I don't want to distinguish it like this. I want row border and I want 0. How's that in comparison? Is that better? No opinions. Like chat is awfully quiet. Did Chatrino die or? I would have expected some noise about API opinions, etc. Maybe that's better. Where you have quite verbose structures to store that information, but keep the API flexible, where you can just set it for all directions or just set it for bottom, or I want to bottom and top. So you know what I mean? So I don't have to repeat it every time. Yes, I started working on this stream. None of this exists. Like all of this is usage code first. I think about what I want to be able to do, what I need to do, and how I want to define it, and then we actually implement that stuff. And the result will probably be somewhere in the middle between what I want to do and what's easy with the library. Maybe it looks something like this. Maybe not. Then we add the table rows. Then we come to the bottom. Like if I want different borders for each cell, which we're gonna write, like here this will happen. How do I specify that? If I define one row, like all the rows at once, as we did right now, like if I define a whole row in one go, do I instead define a cell border? But then how do I say that I want the like this has been solved before. Every API does this slightly differently. I'm not sure which approach I like best. Like this is all fine. That's why I'm doing it usage first, because even just writing the usage code already shows me all kinds of issues. It would be nice to define rows quickly like this. But here, how do I define this? Do I say add table row PDF null, which means doesn't exist, but it doesn't. It's not that it doesn't exist. It's that I need a call span. Hooray! How do I define a call span? With this one, not at all. Because if I have something like foo, like even if I say null means the column is collapsed with, like with what is it collapsed? No, you can imagine that the PDF has some internal state about the table. Like I can't add, for example, just take imgui as an example. Like you can have arbitrarily complex state in whatever the PDF represents. This doesn't need to be a PDF object as it is returned by libharu. This could be our own object that contains a libharu instance, and like it would need to contain the current PDF, the current page, some font styles we set, etc. And information about the current table, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you can hide that in the API. Or you could do, I thought about typing this for a second, where you have this, and then you say, like all of this. And then at the end, you have an end table or something. I'd rather have it like this, because maybe we just reuse the set font here. Maybe the begin table just takes as a header font whatever is the current font, and you just say just set font table header font, and then you say begin table, and this uses, so maybe you save some extra, I don't know. It feels to me like I want to do it like this. I might change my mind. So if we define a whole row at once, we're really limited in how we can express column spans, etc. If we instead say add cell this would take the, like you could have, you know what? Let's leave this one as a default. Like this just can call add cell for every element. Like that's the, so this is what have you guys seen Casey's talk about API design? It's kind of what I want to do here. I want to have a high level of just dump the rows, and now I need something like I need to control which cell does what. So here I would say play maybe this lib somehow helps with calculating sizes. Yes. This is one of the first things I investigated. Like, how do I do? Because that's if you want to do any layout, you need to compute the size of text, etc. This is one of the first things I looked up. I might have closed it already. There is on the document. It's very primitive what it offers, but there is. Come on. Why does it not find text? There was something about width. It was on the document. Maybe it was on the page. Maybe it was on the page, not the document. Text width, yeah, those two are basically what you get. This gives you the length of text unwrapped. Just with the spacing rules. And this one allows you to say what kind of word wrap you want, or that you want word wrap, and how many characters with word wrap can you fit in that width. That allows you then to determine how much you write in one line, etc. So you can do all this here. Yeah, but I don't want to. The thing is, I'm talking about the API I want to have. As soon as I make this struct with, like, it gets messier. You can always create the DPI, like the details, but it seems passing a table is better design decision. Like, there's so much here that you can only do it at runtime. Text at runtime. I'm not sure if this particular one makes a difference. I know what you mean, but if the table object then does nothing else than forward everything to an internal state in the PDF anyways, because it, like, whatever. I'm not thinking about this too much right now. Like, if I write PDF here or table, it makes no difference to the general API design. That's not what's important. I'm thinking about how do I get all the information I need for all the special cases I need into the API without making it a pain. So here we could say, I want to add this. So you could have both overloads, one that just takes a text and one that takes like all detail crap thing. And you could do the same thing here, but I just want text, so I'm just gonna do that. The thing is, I want different styles for those columns. I think I want a full row here. So do I not render this row until the next row is complete? Because if I change the border style of this row, it might affect the parent row because I need to merge that. So we have to keep more than one row in a buffer, unfortunately, I'm afraid. Fabman is Node.js. You can if you create a trial account, you will see this immediately because it's too fast to be Rails. And this is too fast with materials. I like that one. Yeah. Rails has to be slow. Otherwise things would derail. So then we would say, so for this one, we would say set row border body. So maybe it's something like this, honestly. So if we do this like this, no, I only want to define the size in the header. So it's not the regular, add cell. So maybe you give it the widths here. And it would be something like this. But I want to define the default alignment. I don't want to have to pass the alignment every time. Like, does it... I thought about just reusing this API, basically, for the header. So I don't have to have a special API for defining the header and then a special API for defining the cell, and just have it like whatever you do in between begin header and end header is how you define it. But seems like the header is special. The thing is, I thought then I can just use the border APIs, etc., without having to do this, having to have this stupid thing. Maybe it's something like this. Add table row. So we say, we do this. Not sure yet. And then we just change the font to regular, change the border, and then here again, I just change the bottom border or the top border to something. To a black border, then we do the subtotal line. Yeah, that's why we do the, like, that's exactly the thing. This will do the wrapping. JavaScript transpiled to Ruby, yeah. Then you get the best of both worlds. Shitty language and shitty runtime. So we do this. Then I do this again. Here we just do have a regular. This one. Oh no, actually we just disable the top border again. Then we add this one. This is plus VAT 20%. What's the escape sign for percent in Jai? I forgot. Is percent or percent plus? This changed and now I knew the rules, then they changed and now I can't remember them. I think it's in how to print. Is there a percent? Yes, percent. Okay. So we could just say set cell border bottom. We get a black line here. So this is slightly different. We want to have a full. I want to have a full black line here, and just a short black line here. Maybe that looks stupid. Maybe that's the reason why I made it like this. But for me right now, this looks stupid as well. Maybe we dropped these three light borders. I don't know yet. We'll experiment once we have the actual thing. So we have a set cell border and a row border. That will be different. Not sure if I like this, but I don't know how you keep track of this. Like the cell would obviously inherit the top and bottom border of the row, but how do you determine the left and right default border of a cell? The first cell would have the same left border as the row. The last cell would have the same right border, and then you don't have borders unless you specify them for every cell. Or do you set the default cell borders somewhere? You know what I mean? All of this is like, Yeah, the difference between push, pop, and set is, of course, you have to reset, so it's more error prone. But push and pop is more work to maintain internally. And I don't need it for my use case, so I'm not gonna push pop. You could add that. I'm not gonna do it because I don't need it. This is something you can do. Like you can just say push state pop state. You can do this afterwards, and then you don't need to do this. You know what I mean? Like it's not. You can add this later. It doesn't change the general API. So we add this. We do this. And then we change the font. And then we need this one again. We want to write, this is total So this would be something like this. What did I call this one here? Text font, just text font. Okay, then let's call this text font. This is the total. We don't need a border here. And the total is Euro 2322.00. And that's it. And then we say end table. And then we add the footer, which is another of this, like this is the magic one. Okay, we haven't defined the footer. We need to define the footer basically at the beginning. How? You would have to have a callback that renders the footer right at the beginning, basically, to know how big the footer is for every page so that you know how much you have left for the content. Which means the footer cannot really know what's on the page. Which is fine, I guess. The problem is then the footer also can't know if there is another page, which is less good. If you want to render page 1 of 5, you need to know how many pages there are going to be. So how do you render the footer? Like in an API like this, where you define it bit by bit, and then you do the wrapping, etc., you cannot actually render the footers. You have a chicken and egg problem. As long as you don't know how big the footer is, you cannot render the content. As long as you haven't rendered the content, you cannot put in the footer text, because the footer text probably includes the number of pages. And the number of pages might influence how big the footer is. Generally. So you have to have some constraints. I think the styles and fonts should be set per column index. Yes. The question is, what's the default? Like, do you have an API that just sets the font for everything that follows and give a special override API for set cell font, and that applies to the current cell and is saved for that cell index? Or like, I don't know. I don't have that use case here, so I can't really say. This is the kind of API design. I don't want to do it in thin air, because whatever I come up with is probably wrong for the actual use case. So unless I have the actual use case, I would not design that detail. With footers, there's also the thing that in some cases people want to have some footer on every page and header. Yeah, no, that's what I'm thinking about is, if you want to insert the page numbers, you need to know how many pages there are. You don't know how many pages there are until you've you have all the content and have layouted the content. You cannot lay out the content until you know how big the header and footer are. If the page number, like stupid example, you write the text in the footer in a way so that if the page number goes to 2 digits, that something in the footer wraps and the footer gets bigger. Okay. If you then do the page layout, you do the whole page layout with a certain footer height that you think you have. You have all the let's say you have all the content in advance. You do the whole page layout with a certain footer height. That amounts to 10 pages. Okay. Then you start rendering the footers for 10 pages. So you say footer page 1 of 10, 2 of 10, 3 of 10. You put that in the footer. The problem is that now that you have 10 pages, something in the footer wraps and the footer needs to be bigger. If you do that, now maybe you need 11 pages because the footer got bigger, so you have less space for content. So your page numbers change. So that can't work. On the other hand, if you have to specify how high your footer is, you make your life much easier, much easier. But how do I know how big my footer is? If I have this imperative API, okay? Yeah. I mean, I can limit it like this. I can say, set page. I want to have a callback basically that just renders the footer on demand. The other way would be to have that you basically specify the footer, something like with begin page footer. And then whatever you do in here is recorded, like as just a state. And then you just render that state every time. And you have to specify how big the footer is, okay? So every page now, like starting here, every page gets this footer. If you want to change the footer, well, tough luck. You don't know when the footer changes. Like this table could span 1 page, 2 pages, you don't know. You could have something like set page footer. You just set the width and the callback. And this gets called whenever you need to render a footer. You know the height, so you can leave space for the footer. This is the height, okay? This is like so you block out the footer before you start the content, and as soon as you realize the content is so big we need a new page, you can call the footer callback to just render the content of whatever, the current footer, the next footer, whatever. Nafonso says, I don't think it's a good design to assume the footer size can change. Yes, that makes it way easier. I think I'm going to do that, but that means I need to pre-calculate. The problem is, in this API, I never ask for where I am or how big things need to be or something. Okay, I just say I want to add some text. When I add some text, and I just expect the cursor to move down, the page cursor, and then to wrap when I'm at the end. If I to know the height here, I need to have something like like and then I say page 1 of 999 or whatever, just so I know how much this takes up, with a page width something like this. Usually just reserve a fixed amount of vertical space for head and footer. Yes, but how much? Like, how do you determine how much you... I'm trying to make my life easy as someone who uses this. And in an API where I don't specify, like, if this is basically flow layout, I would call it flow layout, where I just assume that just text flows unless I set positions. So if I have a complex footer that has more than that, how do I compute the size that I need? No, I think in Word does it differently. In Word, like, it's been a while, but okay, let's just give me a second. Just make sure that nothing ancient opens. Okay. Let's use, of course I don't have Word. I hate Word with a passion, but I have Pages. Document. Yeah, I say how big the foot one is. Then I can just put stuff in there. And I can say I want to have the page in this format. I just have a fixed size, okay. And if I do more in here, see, this expands. I said I have a foot of 1.9, but clearly this can get bigger. What happens if those two meet? It's just nice and does the layout. Like, see, like, this is not defining. So they meet and the footer has precedence. But what do they do? Well, I guess the thing is, this is not imperative description. This is declarative. Like, you know the whole content in advance, basically. Which is not what we have here. So you can have footers on every page that have different height, because you just redo the layout. As soon as you, like, if the page number now increases to a point where they need to redo the footer, like the footer changes in height, then on that page just the footer is higher and the content wraps. We can't do that here unless we have a declarative approach to the footer. That's what I meant. That's exactly what I meant. No, that's also what I said. Like you can, I said you can have something like set page footer with a callback, then it's imperative. We can also do the other approach that we had before. Where was it? Okay, let's have these side by side and just do stuff here. The problem is, how do you determine, like you would have to have a placeholder, a special placeholder for insert the page. Like if you do it declarative, you need to have a placeholder, as they did here in this one. Where you say, hey, it's also nice that this pops up. I don't have to search for it, but they just add this. Interesting, I can just modify this. What happens if I... So to just go with it, like this is a magic placeholder that... Okay, as soon as I modify it, it turns from magic placeholder into regular text. Interesting. So, but this is a they have a placeholder here. So if you do the declarative approach, I would need to say, like begin page footer, then I say maybe add text invoice, then I say set text position, I don't know, 25 0, add text PDF page That's what you need for the declarative approach. You know what I mean? I'm gonna take that call. Give me a second. Sorry, my bad. And again, now we had the thing we talked about mics before, right? Now when I unmuted, I accidentally also clicked the back button, so I had to check if I didn't change anything because I can't see it from the front. Great UI. And by the way, also great. It did when I did this, it did a click sound, but it didn't change the setting, which means the haptic feedback and what the hardware actually detects are not in sync, which is also bad design. So don't buy this mic. No, it does a click sound. But can you see this? Yes, you can see this. Let's see if I can make this happen. Also, there's a lag between the click and access, a noticeable lag between when I click and when the symbol switches over. It's like a couple milliseconds, which is bad. Could be instant. Anyway, it did the click, but it didn't actually change. Is that the Logitech one? Yes. Um, so what I wanted to say is I'm not sure if I want the declarative approach or the imperative approach with the callback, where just you have to specify the height. How do you know the height? You just compute it somehow. I don't know. The sound is not an information, so it isn't feedback. What? What do you mean? Like that's in button design. That's something you do where the moment it feels like you're pressing should be the moment when it actually is pressing. And buttons that don't get that right are super annoying. And that's one of them. Where you have a slight discrepancy where either the contact is registered before you feel it or after you feel it. No, this information is just bad. Like, this is one of the things, if you are a mechanical engineer and you design a button, that's one of the things that's core to your design. Like, that the physical, whatever it click or the thing you get, the vibration, whatever, that this coincides as closely as possible with the point where it actually makes contact with whatever it's behind and gets registered. You could calculate the height. Yes, except that I don't know how much to insert here, which might influence wrapping, which might influence the height. So I'm not going to go there. And I don't like this placeholder thing. I'd rather have the footer callback approach, honestly, where I just do a compute text bounce or get with a placeholder text. And it's my responsibility to make sure that the footer size is right. And then I get the footer callback. And in there, I get the page size. Oh, right. I don't have the total page size in there. That was the problem. Oh, yeah. No problem. Sorry. We just call the callback at the end to render all the footers. So basically, we know the height. We use that for layouting. And once we know how many pages we have, we call the footer callback for every single footer to render into the footer, and that's it. Is this right? So then also we wouldn't need a callback. We could just say, it could be our responsibility to just at the end or end content PDF and then say for something. I'm totally making this up, obviously, and just do the thing here. Oh, damn it, I don't have it anymore. Just add text. Something like this. See, it's up to you to render into the page footers. Not sure if I like this approach, but that's definitely doable. So we just do all the layout while keeping footer empty, and then basically begin footer just moves you to a certain page and a certain position and on that page. Then you don't have to have a callback that happens at arbitrary times. Not sure if I like that API design, but it's the best I can come up with. What do you think? Do you prefer the callback approach, where you just get a callback? Well, but we would call the callback in the end anyways. We can't do it first because we don't know how many. We can't do it any earlier because we don't know how many pages we're going to have. Okay, so that's if that's the API we want. How awful is it to make this? Something. So what's hidden here? Okay, what's complexity that's hidden? This one. How does this affect flow? Like maybe you do the invoice, like the image first. And it's up to you to compute where space is or something. This approach might lead to storing everything on the other end of the API first, which defies the intention of the programmatic instead of clarity. No, you have to do this anyways. Like you have to store not everything, but quite a lot anyways. There's no. You can do as they happen, but as soon as you hit begin table, you're buffering for a while. Like at least every single row needs to be buffered before you actually do anything. That's actually it for this approach. That's all there is. And if you ever wanted to support nested tables, this would be possible with this API. Without doing API changes. That's actually nice. Because for now, you just assert that we are not in a table when you call begin table. And then you can do it row by row. But you could support nested tables by, if you do begin table in a table, you need to buffer everything until end table, and then you can actually finish the column, etc., etc. You know what I mean? So I like this approach because it doesn't specify, like it lets you add nesting without the user caring. You don't have to change the structures that you pass in. You don't have to declare the whole table up front. You might need to store all the information if you want to do nested tables, but you need to do that anyways. But the user doesn't have to create the structures if he doesn't care. You know what I mean? If you don't want to nest tables, you don't have to create the whole table structure here up front. You only need to do this internally if you want to support nested tables, but the API stays the same. Know what I mean? That's different from what PDF Make does, which, do we still have that crap open? Which requires you to build the whole table, including body and everything, and pass it in before you can do anything. So I like, as a user of this API, this feels fine. I don't know yet how bad it is to implement this. So what's hidden? Okay, that's what I wanted to say before. If we do it like this, we would have to have set do this basically. So we maybe we do this. You add an image, and then you reset the position, and then you do the invoice header. And it's up to you to make sure that those two don't clash. So we don't do flow layout or something in the PDF library. What I mean with flow, float layout. So the text doesn't float around the image unless you can implement that. We won't implement it right now. So you have to specify that the invoice, like for invoices, doesn't matter. But if this was a user-generated title, it shouldn't walk into the logo. And this could actually happen here, see? So I'm thinking about where is the implementation complexity hidden. We add an image here that let's refresh your memory. We have an image here, okay? We have a title here. That title, we know the size of the title. We know this. We can control the size of the image. We make sure that those two don't clash. That's fine. This is user-generated content. This is their header. This could, in theory, if it's longer, could run into the logo. So, like you can see here that we're clearing like below this is always below the logo. It doesn't wrap around it. We could do this here by saying set position 0 and logo height. So the rich text starts after the logo, no matter what. And you could, with this API, you could implement flow layout if you're dedicated on the user side. Okay, so where's complexity hidden? We just remove the complexity of maybe having to do text wrapping around the logo. We're just saying we're not doing that. If we give you the ability to reset the position, you're fine. Rich text is going to be nasty because that means parsing the HTML that comes from the rich text editor and trying to convert that to something that looks the same in the PDF. That means bullets, links, embedded images. What else is there? Yeah, bold italics, strike through is not that, like strike through is actually annoying, but doable. Bold and italics is easy. Links, we need to support. That's annoying. 2 different font sizes, that's not too bad. Quotes, which is a bit annoying. Different font for fixed size, so yeah, bullets, items, nested bullets and items, these kinds of things. It's a bit annoying, but you can do it incrementally. Like, first thing you need to support is just text and images. And then, like, if someone inserts code snippets into their invoice header, okay, yeah, not great. But that wouldn't, like, I would dare to ship without this even. It's not that much work. Like, you can ship with it, but it doesn't seem mission critical. So this is hidden in here in the add rich text. I'm not sure if this one lets you paste arbitrary stuff. Like if I take this, I think it cleans it up so that, like you saw that it just, this font size didn't survive, this font style didn't survive. We could try pasting a table and see, but I doubt that it actually does this. Like I'm pretty sure it only allows what you can set here. You can do this, Tensei, you can do this in anything. Like we can do this here to calculate. That's what you need to do the wrapping. I'm not talking about wrapping. I'm talking about like flow layout in the sense of if you write a large text, if you render a logo on the right side and then, let's go back here, and then this text starts here and it wraps here, and under the logo it continues to, that's what I mean with flow layout. Or did I, whatever I called it before, float layout, I don't know. The classic thing that happens in HTML when you float something to the right, or if you, in pages, and you, if I add an image here, where are these? That's a bit small. So if we add shark party here, this is what I mean, okay? They told me once to write a customer checkout in a web browser. They said I had a month to do it. That's sure, no problem. The question is like, that's actually perfect. They give you a time frame and rich text editor is fuzzy enough. Like you just ship whatever you can develop in a month. If that means you can only toggle bold and non-bold, so be it. If they say you need to develop it with this and this and this feature in that in a month, then they don't know what they're doing. Okay, so this is something we're not gonna do. Okay, obviously. That's what I meant with like, you have to, like, you can do this on the user side with the API we give you. If you can set position and get the current position even, you could implement this. We're not gonna, like, this is like the complexity I want to have. So this is basically a reset, a float reset. Then we run the rich text, which is nasty, but whatever. The rest is easy. The table is moderately gnarly. Since we decided that we can have one variable size column in here, we could support more, but one variable size column is fine. It's not even variable size, it just takes up the rest. Like you could have arbitrary many. That's not hard to compute. Here you know the width of all of them because you know the page width, you know the relative sizes of each. So you just take that text, wrap it to that width, see how high it is, do this for every cell, you get the total height, and then you render that cell. You wait, you buffer one full row so that you can merge the borders of the previous row and the next row. So as soon as the next row is rendered, you can render the previous row. As soon as you have the content for the next row, you can render the previous row, and that's it. This seems doable. I really like this editor, this rich text editor. It's tricks. It's nice. Some things it does are crazy, but you usually don't. Like, what's crazy is I think they also use this for Hey, and in Hey you notice the trouble. Like, what they're doing is they create a new document every time you type, so that they can do undo redo. Okay, they use the DOM APIs to do that, which works perfectly fine. If you have an email thread with where you're at the 10th reply or something, and everyone has like the whole body of the previous mails in there, and you type a reply, it starts to get laggy because it re-renders the contents of 10 emails without a keystroke, which is a bad idea. But if you're not planning to do that, this is a great editor. Oh, they can paste anything from MS Word. It's just gonna be plain text. Sorry, and I'm just trolling. Like, I know these environments, and I try to stay clear of them now that I have. Are they kidding me? I just try to stay clear of these environments now that I have the choice, basically. Okay, I think I'm gonna stop here. I have, like, we didn't actually implement this API. We talked too long about other things, but I wanted to give this some time. Like, how we decide to implement this is gonna have a big impact on the complexity. I think this is an acceptable amount of complexity here. I'm gonna start maybe, like, we have, let's see, my training starts in 40 minutes. I need about 20. So we have like 15 minutes or something to continue. I'm fine with this API. It feels okay to me as a user. And I don't see any like huge complexity in the back end. It's gonna be a bit annoying to keep the table state and like the borders, etc. quite right. But it doesn't sound like unmanageable. I don't know what you guys think. So with that, we definitely, whatever we pass to all these functions needs to be our custom object. It can't be just the PDF object of what was it called again? Haru. Name it context. Wait, where did this go? Table design. I'm not sure what I see here. I don't know what I'm looking at. What is this supposed to be? So let's start to like get the basic scaffolding going. So we're gonna have a table. Do we need to keep more than one table? No. We don't. What do we need in the table? Do we need to constrain its width? I don't need to, but that seems sensible. We have a current position. We have if I look here, we have a callback for the footer. No, we said we're not gonna do that. Let's close this one. Maybe I sign this, like I put this in. It's funny that we just start on the first day, and I can spend like 3 days or something this week on this if we decide to actually do this. So maybe we do this here. The thing is, we're not doing anything that's actually new. We just do something in a language where it's not available right now. Like you could, there's probably an API that lets you do this, what we're doing here, in a different language. But whatever. What I wanted to say. We have a position in a document that we need for just adding text, etc. The table, what does it have? We just use whatever font is set. Like this is just, we don't need a special set font thingy. What we need is num columns, or like it's probably a float. Am I right? Everything's float in here. It's probably a float. It has a width. What do we need for the header? We need information about the border for each cell. So if we say we have a cell, has a string, text string, it has borders, which is for border. It's probably a float as well. Color is, I think I saw that it has 3 real numbers, so that's a color vector 3. So every cell has these 4 borders. So if we say last row is this one, current row is this one. We need to have alignment. We probably have this in our bindings. Text alignment, awesome. Oh yeah, I also thought that slots field wasn't being reset. I just didn't know where it wasn't reset, Alex. Like I couldn't find the place. It was even not that hard to see. I just couldn't find it. I looked in all the functions. Like it was big enough that it didn't fit on one screen, and the offending function was 3 lines, and it just scrolled over it like 5 times probably. It just didn't. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait. If we say set font, etc., we need to know the font in here. Whatever that is, we need to keep that for each cell. Maybe that includes the size, maybe not. We'll see. We don't support rich text in here, so that's fine. What else is there? This is the computed height for that cell. That's gonna come up after we, like for last row, we notice we just can't render it until we have the current row's borders. Unless we say you cannot override, like basically a border doesn't, like a cell doesn't have a top border by default. Like the previous cell's bottom border always dominates the top border. That makes it easier, then we don't have to store then we don't have to store the last row. That would make our life easier. And it also would make sure which border dominates. Because if you say top border on the next one, does it override the border from the previous one, or does it merge, like the bigger border wins, or what about the color? You know what I mean? If you just say no, like you have to do this, here we would have to say if row is rows count, if you assume we're iterating, then we would have to do something like this here. So to set the bottom border for this one, if we say that we don't merge borders. I'm not sure if that's good. It's not that much work to keep one row around, and it avoids this. But then we have to define merging rules, so that's worse. But I think I want to have it like this, where I can just render the content and then do the border things for the, if I want to define the footer, the border of the footer, I want to do it in the footer and not in the last row of the main content. Know what I mean? Okay. Then we would need a cell index. We would need what else? Like we have like a table in progress, basically. We have to check, we finish a row, we check how big the last row was, if we can still fit, or we check the current position and check if we can fit the row on the current page. But do we need to keep track of anything else? I don't think so. I must be forgetting something because this is too easy. But I don't think we need much more. The column only has a width. We could have a default, like keep the default alignment from the header. So we could have the default in here. The default style, basically. So everything but the title itself. This should be text. Oh, we need a call span. And that's going to be nasty. That's going to mess with our layout a bit. We don't support row spans. So that makes it easier. Actually, let's extend this description a bit. Whatever. Yeah, I think that's good. I'm gonna stop here. We're gonna continue with this tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be here or gonna like work at a friend's place. But if I'm here, I might stream this. This doesn't look so scary right now. I'm sure there are some things I'm not thinking of right now, but this doesn't scare me at all. This one needs pages. That's pretty much it. You can make this fancier, but I think that's good enough. All right, I need to go. Thanks for coming by. I hope this was interesting. I'm never sure if chat is so quiet, if this was interesting or not, but there were plenty of people watching, so. Is there someone we can raid? Is there someone who does a handmade project maybe? Is anyone streaming their handmade project? I don't see anyone. No one? No one handmade? Huh. Yeah, I guess we just count like raid cakes because I owe him a raid. So thanks for coming by, guys. I need to leave. Have fun with cakes. Be nice. See you. Bye.